And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. How's everybody doing this morning? Welcome on in, Tugboat, Glendon, Mr. Wizix. Hey, Chris, too. How's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Another day in the neighborhood. Good morning, all. Yep. There you go, Timor. Welcome on in. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the best place to move this beast on the desk so that people can see what's going on. So hey, welcome on in. Um, yeah, hope everybody's doing good and having a good weekend. Sorry for starting the stream a little bit late. I was trying to do some last minute prep and got to thinking, I was like, wow, we're going to be installing software and it pretty much just says go grab the configurations. I have no idea how to get configurations on a Duet board, much less if there's special requirements for the Pi. So two things to think of is one, you don't have to run a Raspberry Pi. Run direct off the Duet board. I did choose to run a Raspberry Pi in this, and thank God I was just taking a look at it because I had the interconnect between the two boards wired. But just got that squared away right before. But yeah, it's as you can see, we've got the umbilicals done. We got our PTFE tubes. We got our nice little wiring or our wire sleeve added. There's still going to be some issues. I may have to cut and redo a couple of the wires just because of the way the links are slightly off. So I may have to, excuse me, cut and re-terminate a couple of the wires just to tighten up from the connectors down to the tool head itself. Just too much slack, and I have a feeling that the wire during docking. So that said, we're going to be getting into things. The side panel is still off because I did want to show you an issue that I was seeing and having to deal with. As far as the just doing the pass through. So it's going to be interesting morning, but everything goes well. We'll be able to get the side panel on. I did get, because I told everybody that I got my Millennium Machines LDO Milo kit, and I was not going to open up any of the boxes. Hey, Chris, good morning. And it's a good thing I decided to, because I had a feeling Chris said he was sending me tube, and I didn't see another package on the way from Chris. I was like, not going to stick it. He's not going to open the LDO box and re-stick it, seal it back up, because those had banding straps and stuff. So the third box, which had the spindle in it, I bet you, I open it up and sure enough, that's where the extra water tubing's. So good to know. Good to know. Don't twitch and drive. Yeah, there you go. Good morning from North Carolina. You're headed south. Wait a minute, Chris. Where are you at in North Carolina? That's a serious question, because if you're close enough, stop by the Dragon's Den. But yeah, so we've got a couple of things to work on today. One's getting that right side panel, the left side panel put back on the machine, and getting the PTFE tubes routed. Then once we get that done, I'll show you something that I came across and how I solved that issue. Stayed in Elksville. right? I'm going to assume that that's probably over on the west side of the state in the mountain on 775. Okay, yeah, you're I think west of us. I think you're west of us. Oaksville. Ah, yeah, yeah. You're kind of west northwest of Charlotte, so yeah, that's a couple hour drive west of me. Uh, but yeah, so anyhow, so Chris, while I got you here, I'm not sure if you have video up or not. I was putting in the PTFE tube and I left it long, thinking, okay, I don't even know why I was thinking it, but that the um, PTFE fittings on our side panel were pass through. They're not. Um, these are not pass through fittings. And so because of that, um, the PTFE tubes have to be cut shorter. If you don't, then especially with this 3 millimeter inside diameter, 4 millimeter outside diameter reverse Bowden tube, you'll kink it. And there's no easy way to try and figure out, like, okay, how much do I need to leave out? How much do I not leave out? And so what I wound up doing to prevent a kink when you connect your hose or your PTFE tubes in and then try and put your panel back on, I was like, there needs to be something that holds a gentle enough bend that when we also push our or our filament in, it doesn't do weird things either. Mine are not passing through. I attempted. In fact, I grabbed some standard PTFE tubes so that I didn't have an issue with it bending as much, and tried to put it through. And unless I am really mistaken, whoop, well, good God, I guess these do pass through. I don't know what happened as to why mine didn't initially. Okay, enough said. Forget it. Problem is all Digital Dragon. I say that now. I'm going to try and push through the tube that Chris provided and see if it actually pushes through now. Okay, and that would be the issue. It is the PTFE tube provided in your kit does not push through, Chris. The PTFE tube that I grabbed, which is the stuff that I've been using that I bought off Amazon, pushes through. I have a feeling that it is now going to be an issue of outside diameter of the PTFE tube. Is about 4.5. So the issue is the PTFE tube that you supplied with the kit is thicker than 4 millimeters. It's about 4.3. So that's the issue, is that the PTFE tube that was provided in the kit does not go through the connector, but I'll say it, the generic stuff that I got from Amazon, which is Allen Tech PTFE tubing, goes through it. And once again, on a connector like this, it should go through relatively easily, right? You know, going like this, that's going all the way through really easily. If it's not going through easily, you're going to have an issue with this PTFE filament kinking. What I do with the other pieces. So that was my issue. Is I was like, oh yeah, these will pass right through. So I tried to do it, and I was having issues. So I wound up cutting mine a lot shorter. And my plan was to use these elbows. And by the way, these are 90-degree elbows for I believe a Reality K1. I believe these were the Reality K1. But yeah, so this is the PTFE tube that came in the kit. We're going to try and push that through. And that's just not going through. And you'll see that I kink it before I get it to go through. So the PTFE that you're providing, while it is a reverse Bowden, is too thick on the outside. It's 4.3, which makes it too thick, and it will not go through those PTFE connectors. So, what my plan was, and that plan may change now, because now I'm sitting here thinking, like, do I want to redo these with my thinner stuff? Because my thought was going to be to cut these even shorter, so they're going to be direct press fit, put the panel on, and then come in from the back side and install these into the PTFE fittings, which makes maintenance a little bit more of a pain in the tuchus. But regardless, either way, you don't want these curling up on the inside, because then you can run afoul of your bed support wires here, or the belts. Yeah. So that was going to be my plan, was to basically cut these even shorter, probably in line with the face, and then put the panel on, and then come in from the other side and insert the tubes into the PTFE fittings and go that route. Yeah. So yeah, I'll check into this, or check into this. I'll send you the information I have, Chris, and I'm curious as to whether Steve has the same issue. While I got you here, are you up on video, Chris, or are you just listening in? Because I was hoping you were going to be here today, because in moving my axes, I'm still having an issue when I come to, you're on video, but it's choppy. Okay. So motion wise, if I'm coming over like this, I get over here easy. If I'm ever coming right down the side of the build plate like this, and it's, you know, coming down the actual, I guess this is going to be the full right side of the build plate and coming to the back. You see how I'm catching? It's this last tube support seems to be catching right between the two water block fittings, and it hangs up there, and it causes it to drift in the Y. It's going to cause a layer shift in the Y. So I'm not sure. I will double check to make sure that I've got this in the right spot as far as the number of links. But yeah, this one last water hose keeps getting caught between the two water fittings on the water block. And when it does that, it pulls it forward like that. It hangs on it. And at first I thought it was just the heads of the zip ties, but I have worked those around as much as I can, and it still catches on the water block fittings. So that's something. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out because I'm not sure which way to move it, but I'll double check that I'm the right number of links, especially down here. So I'll double check that. But I just wanted to let you know that I am catching here, and I'm not sure why. Got to look at that. You know, I've got to sit here and look at it a little bit more. I'll look at it off the stream to try and check it out. Hey, Mayhem, how's it going? So we've been doing some looking and some troubleshooting. I'm coming up with a solution on how to mount my side panel because, and this is for Mayhem who just got here, the PTFE tubing that I'm using here that I got from Chris, the outside diameter of it is like 4.3. And so the fittings that are on the side panel should be a pass-through fitting, but it's not for the tubing that I got from Chris as part of the kit. And this isn't a bad thing on Chris. It's just the tubing may have worked for him, but it may be just a tolerance issue in tubing. Quite honestly, it's just like our filament, right? There is a variation provided by a filament company on the tolerance of the filament, plus or minus, you know, whatever. Same thing goes with PTFE tubing, right? They're expected to have some type of tolerance, and it's just in the fact that the tubing that I got from him in this shipment does not go through the compression fittings. So yeah, so the side panel, we're using these PTFE compression fittings. I believe they're E3D fitting, but they're supposed to be pass-through. But using the PTFE tube that I got from Chris, they do not pass through. Using the stuff, I was afraid of drilling through the compression fitting, Chris, because it's a compression fit. I mean, there's supposed to be some semblance of a grip on the fitting, right? I mean, that was a thought. I do have a 4.5 millimeter drill bit. I could drill it oversized. But like I said, normally on your compression fitting, there's a metal ring in there. And I didn't want to damage the compression fittings either. I can do that though. I mean, if that is what you would suggest me doing, I can do that. I would still suggest, however, some type of 90-degree part that keeps the reverse Bowden tubes from getting kinked when you put the side panel on. Yeah, because this is gonna impact the actual plastic itself of the collet clip. And I don't know what the tolerance is on that collet clip. We may actually destroy the compression fittings trying to do a drill bit through there and trying to open them up to a 4.5. Now even the 4 kind of drags some, and I can hear it's metal, not plastic that it's dragging against. So yeah, what my plan's going to be is to cut the tube even shorter, like I said, to prevent any kinks, and then mount the side panel, come in from the inside. I might have to remove the little wipe things to put these into the compression fitting, and then that at least gets me good. Yeah, yeah. Agreed. And that process, like I said, on this one, I should be able to leave it because this tube should be able to pass all the way through. It's just this tube, it's a little thicker in the wall than the tubing that I have. And I think that's what's causing the issues. A little bit thicker in the outside diameter. And so it's just a matter of I need to trim off these ends just a little bit more so that I can put these fitting or these into the compression fittings. Without having a kinked area. Be very careful when you do this because if you cut them too short, then you're going to have a just as bad of a day. But at this point, you know, this part here is a fix action for me, right? I'm not even sure if Steve will have this problem. I will probably send an email to Steve to say, hey, try and run your PTFE tube through the compression fittings to see if they go through, and if they don't, then he can either get different tubing or we'll continue to work on that solution, Chris. But what that should allow me to do is mount my side panel back, and I'm just going to push these out of the way basically, and then I'll come in from the other side. I'll go ahead and go through. But that elbow, I think, is a good idea, and it definitely will help as you try and work through this, because you're going to, if you're not careful, you will kink these reverse Bowden tube PTFEs pretty easily. Just be aware. Come on. Trying to get the side panel on is fiddly regardless because of the various close fitting stuff that go through the panel. pretty cantankerous on alignment. Hmm. Get through and let me have one. Give me one side. Figure out. Here's our sides in. Oh, and that one. But honestly, Chris, I would almost think, provided the vertical alignment's good, moving these down beneath this tube, so moving them down like 2 inches would be a lot better because there is a heck of a bend. These fittings are right underneath this 4040. So we're making a tight bend underneath that 4040. And I have kinked this tube just getting it in place, regardless of whether I have an elbow on it or not. Yeah, that's fully kinked. Yeah, you got to kind of feed the tubes as they get closer to the frame, but the fittings, right? The compression fittings are like right underneath this 4040, which means the I mean, you're like this. Um, that is a pretty tight radius bend. And especially when at least one of these tubes is right behind another part there. Because yeah, I kicked the crap out of this one. Um, okay, Mayhem. So for the time being, Chris, because I do want to continue, I think I'm going to take the compression fittings out completely. Yeah, we're not going to be as sealed up, but we're also not going to be jacking our tubes up either. Not any more than I already have. Hey, Westery, how's it going? I just think if these were lower, though, it would provide a little more gentler bend. Especially when dealing with the reverse Bowden tube. And what would be really neat and cool would be if we were somehow able to get a, I don't know, like a hardline connection set up. That makes sense. So that as you were trying to get everything in, that it would be hardline set up, hardline pass through, like a printed pass through. And we definitely have a lot of things trying to get through this same pass through at the same time. One of those things that hopefully you get on there once and then you're done and you don't have to do it again. That is true, Timor. And I thought about doing that as well as just running filament in there. What is printing in the corner? Well, I was wondering if somebody was going to notice that. So what is printing in the corner? Printing in the corner are the first parts for the Milo. Oh, cool, Chris. Thanks for the update there. Okay, so the panel's on, for better or for worse. Panel's on. Problem with this one. Yeah, I'll be redoing some of these, just to make sure that we're getting out of the working the twos. But for right now, I do want to continue and at least get things up and running from a mechanical and software perspective. These clips. So these clips just kind of hold the water cooling line tubes in place and keep them locked in the panel so they don't pop out. And you need to double check which way these go to the last water line. Sorry, folks. This will probably help. So what I'm trying to do is just get back to the water cooling section. And come down to the end to figure out where the last couple go. Interconnect is inside to the comes outside. This is the one that's going to come down and run over to this side. And that would be why we needed the additional tube. Okay. Yeah, the biggest thing that I'm going to have is because I'm running the Raspberry Pi, I guess I need to run a, I need to do some config stuff there. So that was going to be the big issue. Yeah, so what's printing back here? Like I said, this is the first parts of the Milo mini mill. This is printing in Fadus ASA glass filled. I'm probably tearing up my AMS in the process, but oh well. Your config just gets uploaded from Git, correct. However, what I was reading is there's different firmware for the boards depending on whether or not they are in standalone mode or running with an SBC. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what I need to do with the Raspberry Pi to get the Raspberry Pi up and working to talk with. I've just never done the RepRap firmware thing, so we'll figure it out. And I think what I'm going to do here is before I cut the end, I'm going to kind of bring it down and figure out how this particular one gets looped around. Yeah, because this one comes down here, here, and here. So we'll work on getting those couple of things done. These are M3x8 socket heads. And if you guys say it's just easier to not run the Raspberry Pi and just run straight Duet, then I'll just run straight Duet and take the Raspberry Pi off. That's easy enough to remove a couple of connections. Of course, I've got my bed. Yeah, I was starting to look up the documentation. That's why I got started on the stream just a tad bit early or late today. before I do this last one, see about where we're going to come up. Obviously, we're going to come up through the loop. Come up like this. What I'm doing is just trying to figure out where I'm going to cut my tube. I do want to thank you, Chris, for jumping on here throughout the streams and for providing this black box kit so that we have something really, really cool to do on stream. Okay. I think our water lines are all there. Yeah. Yep. One of the pages I had already had up. So now that our water cooling is done, yay! All the water cooling lines are in place, so that's good. Next up would be the commissioning guide. Like I said, I'm not going to put the rest of the panels on this until I have to, because I really don't want to if I don't have to. Raise the bed back up, and I think for the initial stuff today, Chris, I'm not going to plug in the water pump, which means we're not going to be doing that part today. I know we just got things plumbed, but I want to do the software install and just verify movement before I move on to water, if that makes sense. Not that I have a healthy respect of applying water to electronics or anything, because that is the biggest part of this that scares the crap out of me, is the water cooling piece. So I think we're set up here. Bring you guys back down. All right, Westry, thanks for the lurk. Guys down here. grab this guy and we'll just move it up there out of the way. Sorry. So the commissioning guide. The commission guide is still being developed. It is not up on the website just yet. Yeah, you'll do a dash alert, or excuse me, exclamation point lurk if you need to head out and do some things. No, what is printing up here is these are the first parts for the Milo mill. So the Millennium Machines Milo 1.5 kit. This is going to be for a let's go out here real fast. That's new. Happy Clee Day. Excuse me, folks. Wait until second. So this is the Millennium Machines Milo. This is it's a desktop CNC mill. So the Rook parts are they're boxed. I need to do one last review of all the parts to make sure that they're all there, and then we will get those in the mail hopefully today. If not today, then Tuesday, because I think the mail's shut down on Monday. But yes, this will be what we're putting together. And I took out the spindle, and that spindle probably weighs 20 pounds. It's a hefty, chunky spindle. It's 2.2 kilowatts spindle motor at 110 volts, 20 amps. But this will be one of the next projects that we'll be doing on stream, is building this sucker up. So in order to do that, I need to start printing the parts for it. Now that I do not plan on starting that until after Midwest RepRap. The plan will be to get Blackbox running, make sure Blackbox is running. I know I'll have Chris and Poity and a few others at Murph to help me if we need to get this done, or help me with any issues. And we're going to get the VZ bot done, and both of those are going to be going to Midwest. We may go ahead and do the Rook 2020 build, but it depends on you guys. You guys want to do a joint stream or do the build together, then I will hold off and wait to start that until you guys are ready. Okay. So the below printed parts, the printed tools, these printed tools were part of the previous mechanical assembly guides. So you should already have them. If not, we've gathered them here for you. These parts will be reused as needed so keep them somewhere handy. They're used to verify things on the build. So anytime you have to take things apart to redo things, you're going to need these tools. So always print those tools, always keep those tools handy. A fully belted tension and D-rack XY motion system. These steps were performed in the XY motion assembly guide, which is guide number 4. If you are replacing your belts or components and need to repeat those steps, head there first. Okay, this is not a one-time use commissioning guide. If you do heavy maintenance on this printer, you will probably need to come back and redo something. If you change your XY belts, you may have to go back through and do all of your recalibration. Or I would suggest doing it to be on the safe side. a Blackbox Duet 3 6HC controller. We've got that connected and accessible by your home network using the latest available firmware. Hey, Steve Builds, how's it going, sir? I am glad you are here, Steve. So, I need to show you something real fast. If I can grab a couple. So the PTFE tubing that comes with the KB3D kit, these should be passed through. Whoops, these should be passed through fittings. So the PTFE tube that came with the kit is not passing through. Okay, it does not pass through. It will kink if you try and jam it through. I've been using this Allentech reverse PTFE tube, and that goes through just fine. So I have taken these out for now, and I just realized I think I've bent most of my tubes trying to get the side panel on. I'm going to be redoing my tubes anyhow. But that might be something you want to check before you get there, is to see if your PTFE tubing goes through these fittings. And if it doesn't, then we're going to have to figure something out. So just a heads up that I wanted to give you before you get that stage. I know you're moving pretty fast. The printed parts, the XY tensioning tool, rear and front. We're good tensioning wise, so we won't need that. Piece of paper or feeler gauge for the ZL set confirmation. We'll have that. I have a feeling that we're going to spend some time just getting the Raspberry Pi set up and getting config going. I am not going to fill the water tank just yet because I'm not plugging in the water tank. That's the part of this build that scares me, is the water. And I want to make sure that I've got a good electronics config, get the panels back on the bottom before we plug in the water pump, add water, and start leak checking. Places that you'll leak are, of course, near the water blocks, and anywhere where you had the pass-through connections, you're going to have a larger chance of leaking. So we'll double check that. Big warning right here. Do not run the pump dry. You have the power connected to the pump, which I do not. My connector is not connected. And you run that pump dry, you will blow your pump up. Careful there. Before continuing, we need to confirm the machine has freedom to move freely to all four corners of the printer. I have been checking that out. Like I said, we get to all areas of the printer pretty easily until we start going over this side. I keep catching on the water hose, the clamps that hold the water hoses in place. I keep catching on those on the water block. So as I come over here, we're good. As I start to move over, I start catching those hold down clamps at the water block. And that's going to potentially be an issue for anything that's all the way along that right side. So we're going to have to figure that out still. If you have any suggestions, Chris, And it could be that I've just got my water hoses a little bit longer, so I may pop these off, take like another inch off, pop them in and see if that does something. I don't know if it will or won't. But yeah, there's some stuff catching. You get a little bit of sag in the chain. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and cut these hoses down, maybe like a 1/2 inch to an inch, and see if that helps alleviate some of the stress back here. I say that. Let me do this in a controlled and consistent manner. Say that, and I can't find my Sharpie. Thanks for the alert, Tugboat. 40 millimeters. Still plenty enough of a radius. That might be all that it took, was just getting the little bit of the, oh, nope, see, we just caught again right there. And so that's at the extreme right edge of the board where we're catching on the water block with that water hose fitting. So I don't know. I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but this is what's happening. Right, so we're over here catching on that water block. So I don't know how many times we're going to be coming right along the extreme right edge of the printer. I will tell you, I try not to go to the extreme edges. So, and if we're just like 5 millimeters over, we're not having that catch. So I think we're going to be good there. We'll I will keep an eye on that as we go to do movements and see if it's going to be into the physical movement area of the printer. And if so, then we'll work on that for down the road. You maintain a safe bending radius here. So it says apply pressure to the X and the Y. So this says grab your tool head and apply pressure one way or the other. What you're looking to ensure is that you don't have any movement where the belts are not moving. Right? So if you can rock the tool head side to side without having belt movement, then you've got some backlash in the system. That's not good. Okay. And same thing in the Y direction. And I've got maybe like a half of a millimeter. So Chris, quite honestly, I've never tried this on any of my machines before. Rocking that. I've got, like, I can apply pressure and it feels like I'm getting some slight movement, but it's maybe like half a millimeter. And then it engages, of course, the teeth. Is Chris or Steve, is that something that's normal, just like within a GT2 belt? Or like I said, I hit one spot and there's no movement at all. If I go a tooth or so, then I can feel, so I feel like it's almost rocking within a tooth belt. I also don't have any power applied, so the motors aren't energized. If free play is observed, the motion system issue will need to be resolved before continuing. That, and I wonder, it may not be that the tool head's shaking, it may be that I'm able to shake like the entire table because moment of inertia from where the table is to where I'm applying some pressure. So there is some rocking going on just on the, with the printer itself. I'm good. I think I'm good. Hey, Nick, good morning. Welcome on in. Motion configuration and homing. Please download and use the provided configuration from the Blackbox or Github. Downloaded the Github this morning. This will be the starting point from which we will move forward. Steps marked in blue are for those that are already configured in the files provided and have instructions to solve them if you fail a test point along the way. Steps marked in red indicate that a universal approach is not possible, that you must provide some input for things to work properly. Adjusting the in stops X and Y. So this is going to require us to have power applied. So before we can do this next section, we actually have to have our power applied to the system and our boards up and configured. So we are going to need to work on that. Let me put that stuff away for now. So I don't knock things over. And the one thing that I need to remember or locate, might have been in this thing that I just messed up. I had removed the 5mm pin for the ZN stop. And I did that so as I was moving things around, I did not inadvertently toss it somewhere and lose it. Now I need to figure out where I put it. Because it might almost feel like I've lost it. Now, mind you, it's a standard sex bolt, so I'm sure somewhere around here I probably have parts that would work. So we are going to need to get that stuff in place. And yes, it appears as I have missed the what is the sex bolt? Is that an M5 by 30, M5 by 35? What is the sex bolt pin, if anybody knows right off the top of their head? Nobody? This is one of those things I was looking at or looking for this morning. That I know I have a sex bolt kit around here because I've just never installed them. Need to find the darn thing. Because I don't keep the M5 pins on the bench. Ooh, maybe I do. I think that one works. Sex bolt should be just beneath the bed or right at the bed level, right? You don't hit it when you anyhow. We now have a pen over here in sex bolt. Can't see it, but we've put a pen over here in sex bolt. Now I've got to find that spot for it again. Everybody here? Everybody still good? It got quiet all of a sudden. So we need to get our electronics going. The Duet does ship with a SanDisk 16 gig card on the 6HC board. My understanding is that Duet mainboards are supplied with an SD card. It says loaded with the Raspberry OS suitable for Raspberry Pi 3B or 4. Page will outline how to set up initially. Guide describes how to set up an optional SBC with Duet 3, allowing the Duet to run in SBC mode. If you don't have or do not want to connect an SBC to your Duet, it's not necessary. You can run your Duet in standalone mode and ignore this guide. That is an option. Live and well. Okay, Chris, thanks. Duet mainboards containing a SBC such as a Duet mainboards support connecting an SBC such as Raspberry Pi, runs an operating system, Raspberry Pi on the OS in the case of the Pi, and the Duet Software Framework running on Pi. DSF is the bundle of software programs that connects to the next to and controls the Duet 3. Basically what this does is offloads a number of things to the Raspberry Pi from the Duet controller itself, allowing for faster transfer speeds, support of plugins, usage of external monitors, easy software firmware update via package manager, webcam integration. That could be a cool thing. I've got a nozzle camera from somewhere. Guys, this guide assumes that you're using a Raspberry Pi and the SD card image specifically set up for Duet 3 and SBC mode. Future other SBCs may be officially supported. If you want to install the DSF on existing installation here, RepRap Firmware 3.5. Duet mainboards are supplied with an SD card that is set up for standalone mode. A Duet mainboard without an SBC, you will need to flash the SD card with the SBC image. So before it said that it does have the SBC. Okay, got you. So it looks like and sounds like the Duet 3 mainboards are supplied with an SD card split into two partitions, one fat with the files needed for standalone mode, one preloaded with a Raspberry Pi OS, plus DSF suitable for use with the Raspberry 4. Most of the time you can start at step 2 below, as you will receive an SD card pre-flashed with the Raspberry Pi OS plus DSF. If you want to use the whole capacity SD card, start at step 1. If your SD card supplied with the Duet mainboard comes damaged or lost, start at step 1. So the question is whether this has the 3.4 or the 3.5 RepRap firmware on it. Because I don't believe there was anything that ever said one way or the other what it came with. So let me grab my card reader and we shall see if we can, what we can see on this card. Because if it's got a fat partition on it, it should show up on my Mac. If not, then we'll have to do some reloading. I mean, we can always just reload it from scratch. Probably do this all over. Let me grab a different card reader, and what we'll do is we'll set up to do this over on the Windows machine, screen box. What I'll do is I'm just going to grab the extension cable from the tertiary camera. Should be able to use that for this card reader. Card reader in here is detecting it. Malware threats were found. That's good. Over to our full display over here. So I've got lights behind me, but they're not set up for changing colors, Tugboat, yet. Hey, Poity, how's it going? Glad you could join. I'm trying to see real fast. And interestingly enough, this SD card is not being picked up. That's interesting. So it's either my card reader is not working, but actually it finds it. Right. Here we go. So we got an F drive and an H drive. So boot drive, filaments, firmware, G codes, macros. So that looks like the standalone config. The H drive is non-recognized, aka formattable, which means that's the Linux partition. So, Poity, real fast, since you're here, my friend. I'm trying to figure out how to get my Raspberry Pi going. Correct. Duet does not have a Linux partition. That is a correct statement. The Duet boards under 3.5, the main boards are supplied with an SD card that's set up for standalone mode. 3.4 has a dual partition, one that's fat with the files for standalone mode, and one that's preloaded with the Raspberry Pi OS, which means I should be able to take this card after properly ejecting it. I should be able to take this card then and put it in my. So that's my question is RepRap Firmware 3.5, it would only have the partition for standalone mode. This has two partitions, one for standalone and one that's not recognized by Windows, which means it's set up for RepRap 3.4. So I can either start from scratch and print the. So I've got a Raspberry Pi on here. Long story short, I've got a Raspberry Pi because I followed the build instructions, which talks about having a Raspberry Pi. So I can either do away with the Raspberry Pi and just go SBC, what I would do is use the Pi with 3.5 full SBC setup. So that's what I was thinking. So that means I need to follow the instructions here to flash the image for 3.5. Highly recommended to obtain a Class A1 That's great. So it ships with an SBC or a SD card, and then it tells you Use a better one. I mean, the only other better card that I have right now, let me double check. Oh, there we go. I got a 32 gig. Because the only other one I have is like 512 gig, and I'm not going to put. PMY's Chris cells are good. Yeah, the problem is I'm just looking at what my stock is right now, and yes, I've got a 16 gig PNY here. So I can do a 16 gig PNY or a 32 gig SanDisk Ultra. Try the PNY and see if it reads. If not, then we'll do the SanDisk Ultra 32 gig. Regardless, either way, we're going to blow this away and redo it. I got the connection, but it did not show up. Correct. This is RepRap Firmware and not Klipper. Could also be the card reader. Different. Got another 32 gig Ultra. Image it even if it doesn't show. That is true. That is true. Should be true. Let's throw some options over here. For options with this step, try following the Raspberry Pi documentation. You'll need at least 8 gig class 10 SD card. You have the Raspberry Pi imager on here. And you said to do the full DuetPi, not the DuetPi Lite, right? Yeah, SanDisk do get cloned off, and that's why you get them from good resellers. But yeah. Hey, finally figured out that there was a drive in there. Move to, that's a big file set. Okay. Open Raspberry Pi imager, select the Raspberry Pi version, select the image under OS. Plan to use Prusa Slicer as much as you can for Blackbox. The tool changing on it is a lot more better, like a better. Yeah, I can do that, Poity. I have I'm assuming that there will be a Prusa Slicer setup somewhere in that bundle on the GitHub, or you will make one available. This is going to take a little bit to download. We're downloading almost 2 gigs. All right, sounds good. Once we get the image down, we'll run it through the Raspberry Pi imager software. Knowing my luck, that's going to want to do an update. Can't remember which one I put in here. Use OS, we're going to use a custom one. Say, hey, where's that custom one at? We'll have to grab once it's done downloading. Oh, I was like, what did I just knock over? It was the USB drive. Yeah, now we're in the hurry up and wait mode. So the on the VZBot, while we're waiting for software to download, switch screen. Try to switch. Guys up, try and bring you over here. So the VZBot sitting over here in the corner. We've got the mains voltage run. We've got the 24 volt DC run to the board, the 48 volt DC running up to the 5160 drivers. And I did cut and install the cable trough. I may add one more up at the top between the top of the board and the exhaust port up here. So right in this area. But yeah, we've made good progress on that. We should be, we're going to be to a point where we're just installing the rest of the wiring. And then getting into this type of thing as well while we're doing the config. You'll be my breezy today since he is southbound. Thanks, Poity. I appreciate it. We're about halfway done. I said just waiting for the um, just waiting for the software to download. Had I realized that I needed to download it, I would have downloaded it earlier today. Thanks everybody for being here. I mean, this is going to be the exciting part once we get the software installed, is just getting movement, getting things closer to done, getting movement. That's the exciting part. It is exciting. It is exciting. In fact, let me jump around a little bit. About why my camera feed does not seem to be fine. Why? Anyhow, the bamboo's trucking right along. Almost there, about a minute left. All right, you're in the garage? Good. Good, good. So, yeah, almost done downloading the software. Once that's downloaded, we can go ahead and continue with the Raspberry Pi install. All right, install's done. We're going to say use custom things to load up. DuetPi zip file. We shouldn't have to unzip it. Use the storage location. And that is not the right one. That would be the not sure what's on the drive. So I moved it off screen real fast to see what was on that drive before blasting. part while we download. The drive, not going to. It seems like it doesn't like this disk or the disk reader, one of the two. So that one. FH1. Bear with me. I'm in the desk scroll right now. Yes. SS. Where's the best place to buy Voron 2.4 kits for relatively cheaper than the rest? Probably the least expensive 2.4 kit out there that's been decent from everybody's reviews of the builds has been the Cyborg kits, which you get through AliExpress. Um, I'm going to be heavily biased here and say the best build experience of a 2.4 that I have done has been a LDO kit. I've done 2 Trident self builds, a 2.4. Excuse me. I did a Trident self build, a 2.4 self build, 2.4 LDO kit, a Trident DFH kit. So far, the LDO has been head and shoulders above everything else. You should be able to go through Tensor 3D, which is local there, Tugboat, or another Colorado company. And you should be able to go through there and get some, get all the parts and stuff that you need for a 2.4 kit. We're just waiting for the write to occur. So what Pi am I using? This should be a Raspberry Pi 4. I'm pretty sure I did not put the 5 on here, but it does have the USB-C, so that would make it a 4. If I put the 5 on here, we'll find out real fast. When all else fails, take a picture. Yeah, this is a Raspberry Pi Model 4. The nice thing is it does give us the ability to do like a CSI camera or USB camera or various other types of inputs, displays. We have the panel do, so we'll be good there. But I do have a Raspberry Pi 5, and Evil Diesel made a order through, I think, iHut. I picked up a one of the M2.5 hats, so I'll be able to run an external drive on it. I remember where I shoved it. Show you. Yeah, so it's the M.2 PCI slot M key, so the NVMe base. So with this, I'll be able to run an actual solid state drive on the Raspberry Pi 5. So this would be a step up from an SD card. I'm not sure how this compares to straight eMMC, like you could get on a CM4 module, a Compute 4 module, or Compute module. But this is going to be nice because I'll be able to actually run a a standard M2.4 or M.2 solid state drive on this. So Pez says hi. She is traveling. Okay, she's traveling back home, right? Because she was out visiting with family, I think. Yeah, I'm going to turn my Raspberry Pi 5 that I have into a little bit of a powerhouse. It's a, I want to say it's the 8 gig Pi 5 version. So, what do you need for a Rook? My Rook is running a Raspberry Pi Zero connected to an SKR Pico. So, I'm not sure, Chris. I've got to ask Chris when he gets an opportunity to let me know if he is sourcing you guys a SKR Pico or the SKR V3 Mini V or SKR 3 Mini V3 V3 or whatever the hell. Either one, you can connect into a Pi Zero. My suggestion would be a Pi Zero 2, since those are still hard to come by. Pi 3 or above. Does not have to be massive, crazy. A LibreElec La Potato would work. A not going to recommend a Banana Pi at this point because mine's been having weird. Okay, point. Well, right now I've got the panel do installed because nothing's massive. So I will be using the panel do. But I'm trying to think, is there like the panel do, is there a way of connecting that directly into the Pi? So another good question, Tugboat. So the Rook Mark II, I would have to double check if they're providing Marlin. No, you would need a regular Pi screen. Okay. Um, sorry, I've got so my Rook is Clipperized. All three of the Rooks that I had were Clipperized. I believe that when it first came out, Rolahan was only running it Marlin, but I think he has switched everything to Klipper now. Yeah, don't tempt me, Poity, because I think I know somebody with a Duet Mini 5. Or I can get one. Okay, so yeah, this would be the panel do. Oh, I don't do not. Done. Continue. Okay. So it said you may apply OS customizations. Did. Once it's complete, Windows may prompt you to format the disk. Do not do that because Windows does not recognize one of the partitions on the image. Optional step if you're going to connect to the SBC using an Ethernet network. You're going to plug in a monitor, keyboard, mouse. We're not doing that. Navigate to the boot partition on the SD card. Not sure if we even need to do that, Boydie. Did you build a MMU3 yet? No. the box is here. The box is here. It will be done. Who knows? Maybe with what happens this weekend, since as Daddy Wazzy points out, it is a 3-day weekend. Maybe there will be a bonus stream this week. Well, my point is I set it up using the Raspberry Pi config. What I also need to go in and set it up here. I guess that was more of my point. So I set up the Wi-Fi stuff using the Raspberry Pi stuff. Check to see if it made the file. Okay. He's F and H, not showing up. All right. Go scan for. Sorry. Navigate to the boot partitions, boot FS. Yeah, I'm not seeing. So we will go ahead and create it. Copy that. To create a file and do not do it using the standard text editor. I think it mentioned it there, but you want to use something like add plus plus. The case is out of date. And I am going to do this over on a different screen because much as I like you guys, I want to show you network credentials. Make sure you change your country code to the correct country code. For those of us that are in the US, it would be US. You save that to the boot FS drive and make sure that you use the right name, WPA underscore supplicant.conf. Make sure that you do not make it a text file. Means go and just select all types. Save your file. Validate that that new file is at the root is. Okay, so we've got WPA file down here. CONF file type. All right, Tugboat, take it easy. Okay, replacing the network to safety eject card. We can clear it out. Safely eject our card. Connect the SBC to the 6C. We have done this. Note the orientation of the red stripe, which is your whatchamacallit, your power cable. Make sure. Is, and we've got to plug our USB into the Raspberry Pi. Always fun to do. Acceptable, especially with the longer ribbon cables that are to route the cable around the back of the P. However, pin 1 must connect as shown. I'm going to come around to the other side just to double, triple, quadruple check that I have that cable plugged in to both boards in the correct manner. Which is sometimes done when everything is cabled up. On the SBC, the red cable is closer to the what looks to be the RJ45 jack, which is jack. It is. And cable 1 is towards the back end or away from the USB ports. That is good. Correct. Thank you for following the old place. Welcome on in. Glad you can come and join us. Ensure the USB supply is sufficient to power the peripherals attached to the Pi, especially screens that do not have a separate power supply. So in this case, we've got a 5-volt power extension coming into the 6HC. And we've got 5-volt going directly to the Raspberry Pi via the USB port. So good there. Pi 4 may require a separate power supply. So first boot, turn on power to Duet and SBC. If you have a screen attached with power, when a power is applied, you'll see the SBC boot up. Once boot up is complete, the Chromium browser will launch Duet Web Control in full screen. Press F11 if you want to exit full screen. Okay. So I guess that means at this point we've got our SBC installed. We've got our everything ready for first power up. I think that's all we've got left to do then is connect our power cable. Once again, we did not connect in the um, the water pump. We're going to plug our power cable in. Apparently easier said than done. Just scoot the printer over some so I can get in there easier. Okay, well that's interesting. Power cable's not going into the outlet. Why? All right, folks, bear with me for half a second, longer than you already have. I need to turn the printer around so I get a better look at why I'm not getting. Okay. So the issue is that the clips on either side are not engaging, which means the clips are in the way, basically. When you push the socket in, the spring clips that are meant to hold the socket in place are not, we'll say springing and getting out of the way. So what I'm going to do is pull the socket out a little bit, which should give me, still not. We're going to have to take a look at that feature. Now, plug is in. And I'm going to rotate this back around so that everybody has a good view of first power up. Everybody's going to have a good view of first power up and preferably no blue smoke. Purple smoke, no smoke. That's all we're going to say is no smoke. Bring the other camera down so that we can hopefully see. Change the screen view. Here, go here. Okay. So it's a little bit dark, but that's because we've got the back panel on, so it's not getting a little bit of light, not getting a lot of light in there. That shouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I'm going to double, triple check. We are on 115 volts, so that's good. So we're not going to have an issue there. So is everybody ready? Wrong view? No, we got a right view. We got the camera here. I can try and add some additional light down here. Maybe by doing something like that. But there we go. Okay, you guys ready? So on 3. 1, 2, 2.5. I'm worried now. 3. Okay, the panel do screen did come up. Nothing let out smoke. I've got some blinking lights. Not sure what all blinking lights I'm supposed to get, but we've got blinking lights on, whoops. Where did we go? There we go. Got lights on both boards. I've got a blinking light over here, not sure why, but it might be the wireless. We've got our CAN FD is blinking. Raspberry Pi should be up, and we've got a play. Yeah, that's the status light. So no magic smoke is the best of signs. Exactly, Mr. Wizix. I cannot tell you how fearful I was of letting out the magic smoke on this. Okay. So then it says we should be able to go to this Duet 3 local. Yeah, and that's telling me get to Blackbox. That's a big fat no as well. So let me see if she's up on the network yet. So she's not on the network. Take a while, but it shouldn't take that long. New device join the network. Hey, we've got a device. So the question is does the Duet 3 local work? Nope. Okay. And alrighty, let's go back over to the browser window. That. Um, so we're getting the comment of incompatible software versions. So the installed software versions do not match. Please operate your setup only at equal versions to avoid potential incompatible and unexpected errors. Please check out the docs. Okay. So we just loaded the latest and greatest software pointing, which was 3.5, based on the layout of the SB card or the SD card that was in the panel do. It looked like it was on 3.4. So I am connecting to it through the actual IP. So we got the Duet Wi-Fi came, or the Duet 3 came up. It did throw an error that I have already closed out saying incompatible versions. So we just installed the latest and greatest version of DuetPi, which would, I assume, be 3.5. I believe the board is flashed with 3.4 based on the way the SD card was laid out. You need to follow the guy, it will flash everything. Okay, so gotcha. So we just verified that we're up and we're talking on the networks. Next, Duet Web Control does not appear correctly. It does. We just did it through the IP address versus the duet3.local. Testing the SBC through SHVNC, connect H. The DuetPi with GUI does not have SSH enabled by default, but you can enable it. Putting an empty SSH file in the boot partition or connecting to DWC and sending this. Let me just see if I got this. Helps if you type in the right. Yes. And I Raspberry, and we do have SSH, so we are good. SSH is up and running on. Okay, so we are up and running, so we don't need to mess with that. Easiest way is connect via PuTTY. That's what I just did. Yes, let's go over to play. Here we are on PuTTY connected. Interestingly enough, it says Linux Blackbox 6620. Never seen it come up with the name. I mean, that is what I called it, was Blackbox. So interesting. Maybe it's just something I never noticed. Shut down and reboot the SBC. Oof. This is going to be interesting to do shutdowns via commands, like assuming there might be a Macker set up. Or connect to SSH. Okay, so this is doing it through Duet. Standard shutdown now, shutdown, reboot, reboot. Update firmware. Once your Raspberry Pi has established an internet connection, it's recommended to install updates. Do that. Go to and do the latest and greatest updates. Hey, Tech Jeeper, how are you doing? We have successfully applied power to Blackbox. With PuTTY's guidance, it looked like the SD card that was installed with the Duet 36HC was laid out and formatted for Duet 3.4 firmware. And so we needed to go in and download the latest version of DuetPi, which was almost a 2 gig download. Get that flashed to the card. We installed the card and freaked out a little bit. Applied power, no magic smoke, and everything has been, I've got lights in the appropriate place. The panel do screen is up. Still says connecting, but once again, I don't know if that's firmware mismatch or what. So we're trying to do the update process now. And that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, one step at a time. One step at a time. First going through and doing all these updates, probably going to take a little bit. Quite a bit there to update. Okay, cool. So I like that you've got the option of going and doing things on the Raspberry Pi itself. through SSH using the normal commands that we're used to, like sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade. Or if you're very Duet friendly and RepRap Firmware friendly, you have commands like M997S2 that you can do in the terminal of the Duet software. And it looks like that code, however, will only install security and Duet related software updates. So, still good to know. And this is even nice that there is a backout command that allows you to downgrade to a specific DSF, Duet Framework, Duet Web Control, and RepRap Firmware version. So that's interesting. So if you have a failed upgrade, you do have the ability to roll back. So that's neat. Right now it's at Jeeper as well. We're just running software up. Flip the screen. Like I said, we're up. We've got power going. We do have blinking status lights. I'm not sure what these two lights are, but this is between the two CAN FD boards, so I'm assuming it's this board's talking to this board. These are the status lights. We do have screen giving us an interface, so that's good. We did take an error when we brought up the web interface, which was saying, incompatible versions. Like I said, it's a simple case that I think the initial firmware on the 6HC board was DSF 3.4 something, and the latest and greatest is 3.5 something. So we're just going through and doing the updates. And of course, we needed to get this done so that we would have our God, why are words so hard? We needed this done so that we would have the board powered up so that we can then test, okay, are the end stops working right? Things like that. Right, so that's kind of where we're at. Motor should be energized. Not, probably don't have a config. We'll need to drop the config. So once again, coming over to this view, you can see that Duet software is up and running, or at least the Duet software framework on the Raspberry Pi is up and running. It just now needs to have the board itself updated, which is what we're running through, is updating all the software on the Raspberry Pi, which I believe is also going to update the Duet software framework to all the latest and greatest goodies, and hopefully continue to follow along. We do have some ready-made configurations for a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 tool head set of macros and everything. Hey Mayhem, how's it going? So that stuff is there. That stuff is ready to go. But right now we're just, like I said, going through and installing updates. I have a Duet 3 main board, 6HC, 6. We've got the 6HC. Mini 5 Plus, this is what you were talking about. Point is, you'd love to see one of these on a Rook. That's interesting. I'm trying to think if Evil Diesel had a Mini 5 Plus or the Duet 2 Wi-Fi. He's got one of these two boards that he originally bought for his car. I think he is now flipped over to Klipper. So that would be quite interesting to see one of these. I think Steve Builds has done one of these on a Voron Zero, right? Not sure if he's still hanging. No, he was here earlier. All right, I'm just out here looking around while I'm waiting for software to install. Got bored and squirreled out. There are two. Oh, there we go. So this is interesting. Go back to the play. So it says setting up, blah, 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 blah. There are two outdated boards. The Duet 3 motherboard 6HC is currently running version 3.4.4, and the Duet 3 expansion 3HC is currently running 3.4.1. Do we want to install or upgrade both of them to 3.5.1? So that's going to be a yes. And it is seeing this over the CAN address 1. So that's pretty neat. So we'll hit Y for yes. And it will go through and flash both of these boards. So it's going to do board number 1, which should be the 6HC. Updating firmware on main board. Setting up stuff. Huh? Back from lunch, got about another hour or so before taking the other kids to work. Oh, goodness. Kind of don't miss those days, Mayhem. There's days now where I have a hard time getting myself to work. And all I got to do is go upstairs. I'll say Steve is probably not still on the stream since he is going live in 30 minutes. But while this continues, things are now cool enough. The first plate of parts for Milo. The top surface is a little rough. This is Fadus ASA glass filled. Was printing it through the AMS, so yes, I know I'm probably going to have to do maintenance on my AMS a lot quicker than expected. Using the engineering plate with some nanopolymer adhesive. And I'll say these are very nice prints. Like I said, other than the top surface feels a little rough, but I haven't done any tuning on this filament on the Bamboo Labs X1C yet. And I've never run glass filled. You know, I've run a lot of carbon filled, but never glass filled. But these parts came out pretty nice. And these, I'll say I'm following the lowest common denominator. And what I mean by that is they may be suggesting on some parts to be doing 6 walls and 12 top and bottom. And so I'm doing that for all of my parts, regardless of whether they are, well, yeah, I'm just saying I'm taking the highest or amount of print settings or what have you and running with them because I want to make sure my parts are really, really robust for this build. It is going to be a CNC machine. It may be cutting my own aluminum parts for tool heads and stuff like that. So, yeah, that will be the plan. There's only a handful of parts that I'm going to wind up using the AMS to do like some dual color stuff. The majority of it's going to be, what am I thinking of? Majority of it's going to be single colors. This is also running, like I said, 6 walls and 50% infill. Make sure that they're very, very robust parts. Okay, so go back over here to full display. Our update has finished. So our board should be good. All the latest updates. Now it's time to configure the system. This step, you should have Duet Web Control showing when you go to Duet 3 local or the IP address. We went to the IP address. Give me 1 second, folks. Got a delivery coming. Everybody say hi to Mrs. Dragon. The being sweet to us again. Dunkin' runs. So we've got some fat pills and some coffee, some fresher coffee. So array. I have to snag one of the fat pills here in a minute. Second. And then we also had box D. What kind of cool filaments we asked. I never know what the project is. I like wait until I get the box and then go look at the project. Partly because I want to see if I like the ooh. Here's a project. Grandma vanilla cream cookies. That'll be a snack for later. Okay. Carbon filter. Big honking fan. USB power supply. On-off switch. Acupuncture needles. Not sure what the project is this month. But, if anybody knows, feel free to shout it out. We got Beyond Plastics Red PHA. A Beyond Plastic Orange Flex PHA. Now this is going to be interesting. Another theme here. Another Beyond Plastic Green HA. And a Beyond Plastic Marine Blue Flex PHA. A lot of Beyond Plastic. It's all some type of PHA. Two of them being a flexible kind. So interesting. We'll have to, maybe we'll do one of these on stream because it might be an interesting project based on what's in there. Sorry, world distracted. I'm going to close this error. And it tells us to configure the system. By this step, you should have Duet Web Control up. We do. Back to the play here. New bot with a fan. Awesome. So she's already looked up what it is. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The Duet Web Control is up. We do get that kind of look and feel, so that's good. Things are apparently up and running. The default SD card image does not come with the system files configured for your printer. There are many different types of machines that are supported, blah, blah, blah. So you go to the RepRap Firmware configuration tool, which is right here. And you can go through the config tool, answer a series of questions, and it will develop a configuration file. Or you can do what I think we're going to wind up doing, which is take the configuration file that we have and just dump it out there. So the online tool has been updated to support the generation of config files for RepRap Firmware 3. If you have an older set of 2, use those. If you do not have a set of Duet 2 configs, and use the config tool to generate a set with everything as closely matched to your printer as possible. Changes required to create a set of Duet 3 config files outside the scope of this. Please see the migrate. Once you have a set of files, they can be uploaded via the System tab. Now, as part of the file, there is a firmware and slicer thing for Duet 3. In the Blackbox GitHub files. So we've got a BOM, the CAD, DWGs, this would be for cutting panels and such. The XF files as well. Firmware and slicer, so under the firmware section, Duet 3. We've got 5 different sets of folders here. Depending on the number of tools that you have, we have all 5 tools. There's a macro folders and a config.zip folder. Poity, if you are here, can I just upload the zip, or do I need to unzip and then do a bunch of stuff? Like, do I need to unzip this and then upload it as one big batch, or do you upload it as a zip? Because this is definitely my first time doing things like this. Dashboard, system, so this would be the system tab. There is a config.g and a dwc settings.json. It looks like you might be able to put up a zip, so we'll just go to document, printing, info, Blackbox master, firmware, Duet 3, 5 tools, config.zip. Looks like we have an ad break in progress. We'll click open. And it looks like it pulled it up and extracted all the files. You want to apply the new configuration. Yep, answered that quick enough, didn't we? Would you like to restart the main board or execute the configuration file? Restart the main board. I would say the configuration is somewhat working. How do I know that? It got super bright in here. It's kind of hard to see. Like, you guys can see how bright this is. I'm getting it straight from here. It's not fully directly up at me, but yeah. We've got lights. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So that's a highlighting experience. Got lights on all 3 sides. Kind of spotlight. Well, yeah. Well, and also think there's going to be the dark panels all the way around. So It is a little spotlightish. Yes. So we'll come back to the full display so that you guys aren't as blinded as I am. And I believe I can just hit close there. And now we see a lot of system things showing up here. Right? So we got that. Changing the host name, the SBC host name. This is an optional step. You only have a single Duet 3 on your network. It's required if you have more than one Duet 3 on each network. Each Duet, yeah. This is the only Duet that I have. And I did change the name, so it is showing up as Blackbox because that is what I changed the name to. Sure, if this is different than what they're seeing, but if we come into our PuTTY window, it's Pi at Blackbox. So I set the host name on here when I did the Raspberry Pi configurator. So now the other thing we need to do is the macros. You next boot with the screen or log in with BNC. Chromium may give you the following. Okay. That seems to be the basics. We've got a config. We're going to need to also upload macros. So we come over here to macros. There are no macros. So let's see about uploading a macro file. You'll see that we are once again in the firmware slicer Duet 3.5 FDM tools. Okay, because we have 5 FDM tools on this printer. Open the macros folder. There's a set of macros here. So what we want to do is grab all of these, hopefully, and say open. It will upload all of these macros. Now we have a full set of macros. That should. So and with that, chapter missioning. Okay. We have downloaded and used the provided configuration from Blackbox 3D. We now have a config. Now we're going to go and check things slowly but surely. Adjusting the end stops, X, Y, and A. We first need to confirm that our end stops are adjusted properly. Manually move the gantry in the Y negative direction until the LED trigger light on the Y end stop is on. And the Y negative is to the right side here. Back over to, okay. So this corner here is Y negative. So remember, this is X, this is Y, this is Y, this is X. So this front corner here, this front left corner here is our Y end stop. And that Y end stop is an embedded steel set screw that's in this carriage block. So what it's telling us to do is slowly push the Y into the negative direction until we see the end stop trigger. And okay, I'm gonna have to see if I can kill these. Fan controlling. There's no way to kill lights. Specific plugins. Hey, boy, the good news, all of our thermistors are reading about the same, like around 23, 24 C, so that's good. I've really, really got to figure out if I can turn these lights off. Things are stupid crazy. Not seeing it. So, okay. And the reason I'm saying is because I can't even tell if this thing triggers. Pretty sure it's not going to trigger because it's too low. It is too low. Move that up. Bring this back over and see if it'll. Okay. So this end stop just triggered. So the Y end stop is triggered. That should be good. But the Y end stop has triggered. The X end stop is mounted on the side of the tool head here. And it's going to trigger against an end stop that's on the side here of the XY joint. So what we want to do now, let's see, let's follow our directions. Manually move the gantry to the Y negative direction until the LED trigger lights on Y end stop is. Confirm the gantry is unobstructed at all points previous to this position. Even if it's all the way over here, back, we're getting some hanging on this. But You get a trigger on that y-axis. So we've triggered, like I said, we're catching this printed part right here. And I don't know, I wonder if there's a different file with a rounded over edge that might be better to keep from catching on these two edges right. We're gonna have to look at that. Just the in-stop trigger inward deeper slowly while checking often that in-stop does trigger. There is no contact gantry, any other part of the machine. Fully seated trigger with no additional is okay. Shows where it's all the way down into the printed part, and I'll say we are like slightly proud. Like I could probably do a half turn if I really, really wanted to, but I think I'm good. Because I'm never going to try and print right to the very edge of the test point. The y-axis in-stop trigger is threaded in as far as it will go, while also maintaining a triggered Y in-stop switch. No contact between the gantry and fixed parts of the machine. Is the test point. We're all the way back. There is no connect or no contact. So we are good there. No contact. Manually move the gantry in the X minus direction. The LED trigger light. X in stop is confirm that the gantry is unobstructed at position. So once again, we're going to bring this over. Catch the in stop loop. In stop is triggering right there. The gantry itself is not hitting anything. Nothing's being hit. There is a little bit of sag in this, in my cable chain. Not as much as it used to be before I cut a little bit more out of this loop. So I might talk to Chris and see if, if he thinks cutting a little bit more out of one of the loops or both of the loops would hold this up just a little bit more. I am seeing less of a binding on the tubes as well. You'll see like right there, it is still catching and binding a bit. So not sure what's up there. The in-stop is working though. It looks like I can possibly dial that one in a little bit more. See which driver. Can't remember off the top of my head. Driver. These are screwdrivers. Okay. So that we trigger again before bottoming out. Just triggered there. And we still got a couple of millimeters, maybe 3 millimeters before we bottom out against the carriage. So we're good there. We just checked that the end stop does trigger and there is no contact between the gantry and any other part of the machine. Fully seated trigger with no additional adjustment is okay. It is fully seated. Blackbox uses an additional end stop for the A-axis tool lock that is triggered when the key lock is in the open position, horizontal. To begin adjusting this end stop, we need to start with the mechanical position, multiple components. So the tool lock should be set horizontal. Get this out, and I'm going to be looking at my tool lock. Horizontal right there. That screw in the 40-tooth worm drive gear should be engaged with the flat surface of the T-lock. It is. In parallel with the X-axis, which it appears to be. Orient the trigger plate and its magnet as shown below. The depicted position is a good place to start, but leave the adjusting screw slightly loose for final adjustment in the steps. Note the image below does not show the black stop for better view. So there is a set screw back here and a magnet. Okay? That's what they're telling us to do, is to loosen this screw some. Using the correct size driver helps tremendously. I'm going to back that off so that this can rotate. Rotate the worm drive gear counterclockwise by hand, 2 to 3 full rotations. This will move the T-lock itself clockwise when viewed from the front of the X-plate. Okay, something like, okay. Now it said to rotate the worm drive gear counterclockwise by hand, 2 to 3 full rotations. This is going to turn clockwise. Did, and it's not triggered. Now rotate the worm gear drive clockwise slowly until the black stop LED is triggered. This exact position, the T-lock should be horizontal. Just triggered, and we are not horizontal. Adjustments to achieve this can be made in a combination of rotation of the trigger holder. Be sure to tighten the fastener when you're done. Vertical position of black stop within the mounting slot. Okay. Just lit up again. Still not there, so that's going to be adjustment of the actual black stop. See if we can't raise this up some. There we are. Horizontal again. We're still not getting a black stop trigger. So I'm going to loosen the black stop, not just enough. Move it down. It is now triggered. Trying to look for some repeatability. Think we're good. Sure that we are both aspects. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Test point, the Z probe switch should read 0 in Duet Web Control when idle and 1000 when manually depressed or triggered. Okay. So the use so the status tool position 0 XZ sensors Z probe. Sensors Z probe is reading 0, not triggered. As soon as I trigger it, to change and not. So Z probe switch should read 0 when idle, 1000 when manually depressed or triggered. Not seeing a change. I am physically hearing the switch trigger. So okay, let me pull up the wire harness. But I can. I just don't know what connector on the board to look at. I05. Sorry, folks. Trying to figure out why the ZN stop is triggering. IO. That's what I was looking for. So four means my I've got my IO0, I've got it pinned to go into the IO0 in and not out. So that's the issue. So I need to shut things down. Give it a couple of seconds for everything to come down. And that means I may have some wiring stuff that needs to change in here. Wow, taking those lights off. Bit dramatic. So my fear is if I did it on one, I did it on others. So maybe needing to come in here and change a few things, especially on the IO headers, just because of the way they're labeled out. Um, Me just trying to get at it without having to undo something. It's just very tight right here where the cable trough is, so easy to get the plugs in. It's hard to get the plugs out. What I need to do here is depin one of these and roll it to the other side. And then I'm going to have to also take a look at all my other pins while I'm here and see if I need to do the same thing on some of these IO pins. So not a detriment by any shape or word, but it's just something that happens sometimes. Okay. So this particular one is now just for giggles, let me see what else. That was looks like the ZN stuff was working. Those two are right. Looks like so 6HCIO3 is a blue and black wire, which should be going to the Z and EN stop. Says four and five. Where's the signal? Yeah, this one needs to be repinned around as well. So I had my in stops going into the IO in instead of the IO out, which to me makes more sense because I'm getting a signal from the triggering device, which is the in stop. So it would make sense that it would come in on the input side. Excuse me, on the input side, not the output side. But it's asking me to put it on the output. All the pretty wires go back in. Get them in, we get them to go out, but it's always hard getting them to go back in again. Okay. Turn that power back on. Let things come up, and while it does that, I'm going to nibble on a fat pill. Actually, I'm going to turn that back off because looking at this, I think my panel do wiring is wrong as well. Let me look at that once again based on how the I/O connectors are supposed to be. Got to fix the pinout on this one as well. Okay. This again. Hey, Shenanigans, how are you? You're going to see a big bright light here in a second. So we've gone through and we've been doing some basic configuration. We got our Duet software installed on the Raspberry Pi OS, Duet Software Framework, the web controller software and everything installed. Right now, what I'm doing is trying to validate our X, Y, Z end stops. Make sure everything's working. Just went and worked on redoing some pins. Hoping that I would get that. This is our Blackbox web control right here. Okay, so our Z probe is now working. It says 1000. If I push it down, I'm not seeing a change. So Z probe is now showing triggered regardless. So we've still got some type of an issue. And I repinned the IO on screen. It is now not, once again, IO pin up here. IO pins. Okay, 3.3, say to my left, 5 is to the right. Okay, 3.3 in, ground, out, 5 volt. Coming down here and looking at the pin out for the IO down here is N1 is 3.3, 2 is in, 3 is ground, 4 is out, 5 is 5 volt. Okay. So I still have a light. I'm not getting a connection. So my panel do screen before I just repinned it was actually giving me at least a display on the screen. Now I have a backlight with no display. Go figure. So in N1, what 368. HC, LXKK pin, red, green, black, blue. Now I'm wondering if I have to redo this side. Because, yeah, something's not working. So I'll have to open the back of it, take this off, open the back up, and look at the back of this. But I just redid the pin on the Z end stop because that wasn't triggering. And it's now not triggering. So we make sure that these are still triggering. Which they should, because I didn't change these. Still triggering. Triggered. Okay. So those are all triggering. Our Z end stop is, our Z probe is triggered. I am not ready to push plastic here. I'm trying to validate wiring for the Z end stop and the sex bolt. In pin 4, black in so that's properly done now, and I'm not getting a trigger. I had it on the input. I wasn't, it was always open. So why? At least get a reverse or something. The signal to ground. How we're doing that. Guess that would be the Z end. Export. Export. Let's see. Black on 3, green on 4, which means it should be set up on the output I/O pin. Black on 3, green on 4. Now properly configured. Showing 1000, whether I'm triggering it or not. Um, Yeah, I really need Poity or Chris here to chat me through this. I understand. So I am not familiar with RepRap firmware. That's why I'm kind of flailing around a little. It's just basic config. Deep probe type to switch and the dive height plus speed. I'm sorry, to IO3 in. The Z probe switch should read 0 when idle and 1000 when manually depressed or triggered. I was thinking that the Z probe was the sex bolt. But it's the Z end stop pin here, the actual Z end stop on the tool head, which is going to IO3. But once again, that is not changing anything. According to this, the Z probe is set to IO3N. Be set to IO3N. Yep. And N is pin 2, not pin 4, which is what it just told me to set it up as. So we're going to have to power down and change that because I don't want to change the config. So the other thing I'm looking at is for the Z probe. Sorry, not the Z probe, but I guess the Z end stop over here, the sex bolt. So this is now looking at the wrong pin for the Z probe. So I wonder, no, just going to make the correction. So Chris, I'm saying this just out loud. I'm also going to grab my notepad and make a note. But I want to say it out loud in the chat in case I have to look back at this later. The wiring harness tells us to wire up the Z probe, which is the end stop mounted to the X gantry tool head, as an input. Excuse me. It has us configure it to pin 4, which is IO3 out, yet the config is set to IO3 in. That's where I'm confused, because the Z, we call it Z end stop, but we're calling it Z probe there. So Z end stop. IO3 and 4 IO3 So there's a discrepancy. I'm gonna have to shut things down again. Hey Porty, where are you stuck? So where I'm stuck is trying to validate Z probe, right? The Z probe switch, which should read 0 when not triggered and 1,000 when triggered. I thought that was the sex bolt. It's not the sex bolt. It's actually the end stop that we've wired up on the tool head here. But the wire harness map shows us connecting to pin 4, the signal wire to pin 4 and ground, which is pin 3. So when I wired it that way, pin 4 is IO out. The configuration says IO in, which would be pin 2. So now I'm showing a constant 1000 versus a constant 0. I'm not seeing a switch back and forth is kind of where I'm at. And of course I have to undo like 3 plugs to get to the one I need to. That's kind of where I'm stuck, is just trying to get my Z probe, which is going. And I'm assuming that if my Z probe is rolled, then my sex bolt would be rolled as well. But I don't know where the config for the sex bolt is to verify. I just don't know where the sex bolt pins are defined in the configuration, because I didn't necessarily see it in the config G. Yeah, like I said, in this case, it's just another one of those, well, configs and stuff. So when we make a change in one spot in the manual, it seems like sometimes we don't get the other one updated. And I had my panel do had lights and everything before, but it wasn't showing a connection. So I redid the wires, right? Based on, once again, looking at this IO pin out here and saying, okay, the 3.3 volt is pin 1, blah, blah, blah. And when I redid the pinout on one side, now I get the backlight, but I get nothing else. So I need to ask, is the panel do a 5 volt display or a 3.3 volt display? Depends on the panel do. Okay, panel do 7. I'm assuming the panel do 7, because it is bigger, is most likely going to be a 5 volt display. And the way the wiring map just told me to do it would be 3.3 instead of 5 volt. When I had it 5 volt, it was working, or at least working somewhat. I have more than just the backlight. So I'm going to switch the power from the 3.3 to the 5 volt. Hey, I got my panel due back. Or at least the full panel due to back rather than just backlighting. So yeah, it needs 5 volt. It was always showing it's just connecting up at the top right, and I'm not sure what that is. If that connecting is connecting to the 6HC board or not connecting. I don't know if the in and out are still rolled between the two. Blackbox is now back up. The end stop is still reading 0. If I trigger the Z end stop on the gantry, I get 1,000. So 0, 1,000, 0, 1,000. So apparently triggering the right thing works. Thing over here triggering the thing's not going to do me any good. X bolt. Okay, so we passed that. How much longer are you going? Probably not too much longer, Poity. Testing motor movement direction. Ooh. Can we do this? Do this. Now, once again, X plus Y plus is back here to the tool, the tool dock, right? Back left. So G91, assuming that means we want the console. And we want to move 10 in the X. If the head moves diagonally in the positive XY direction, all is well. If it moves in the X minus Y direction, towards this front right corner of me, then the directions are bad. We need to change the direction in the config. If it moves towards X plus Y minus, or Y minus X plus, then turn the power off and swap the XY motor connections, or use the M85 command to swap the drivers over. Okay, so we're going to copy this, paste this, and hope that everything moves this direction. And nothing moves. Well, damn. Um, yeah. So something is made. So I'm getting clicky noises out of my X motor. One of my motors here. Kind of wonder if maybe I have the wire too tight or something. I don't know. Sounds like the enable pins aren't right. Yeah, so do we have issues in the wiring harnesses? That's a good question. That's a good question. Okay. So that's where we're going to stop. I am now going to be trying to go in and redo or revalidate pins because I could have these flop or flip flopped at the motor side. Possibly, I'll have to revalidate and make sure I understand which pins were supposed to go where. But problem is, if I've done it wrong on one motor, then I've done it wrong on all the motors. So I'm going to need to double verify or double check all of the pins on the motors. And that's not going to be a very fun stream. So sounds like we're going to be done. Hey, Poity, is there a way to turn these lights off in the GUI? Other than just physically unplugging them? Because these, like, yeah, these things are kind of crazy. I do not have lights. I am poor. Okay. Yeah, I can tell you that the motor is trying. Yeah, it's a motor wiring issue. It's a motor wiring issue. Let me go ahead and shut this down. I'm going to have to restart system, log in as Pi. Raspberry for now. Down. But yeah, that's an issue. Those lights are hella bright. Oh my God. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure who's getting ad breaks right now, but we are in the middle of an ad break. Um, as I mentioned earlier on the stream, I have gotten my first plate of parts done for the Milo mini mill. Whoops, you're like, hey, let me show you the screen. It's really cool. So these are off the engineering plates, so the bottom parts are really, really smooth. I used some Vision Miner nanopolymer adhesive. We're getting really nice prints on the edge here. This has a little bit of a sparkle to it, but this is the Fadus ASA glass filled in the blue, and then my black is ABS carbon fiber that I'll be using for the accent parts. And I want to say there's one part where I'm doing a dual color, and that's just to get the the Millennium Mills logo to show up really nicely. Everything else is going to be single color, so I could be running it not going through the AMS, but I am running everything through the AMS right now. I should probably not do that, but oh well. I want to see what the AMS does. But yeah, I'm going to have to sit down and validate all of my phase pairings and get going again on this. But I'm going to do that off stream because we're going to have to get the multimeter out and probably repin some things. It's going to be a pain in the tuchus. So I'm going to do that off stream. Thank you everybody for being here with me today. We got RepRap Firmware installed. Who would have thunk? We've got a couple of other small things to work out, but thank you for the follow Studio RMS. Thank you very much. Yeah, the good news is so far everything lit up. We didn't let the magic smoke out. I think we are finding some wiring harness inconsistencies between the wire mapping guide that I have and the actual physical componentry. So I've got to make some notes for Chris and get back to him because like on our X stop, it literally says to pin it one way, but the config is telling you to pin it a different way. So we need to update the wire harness mapping. So that's going to be another set of comments back to Chris. But yep, thank you everybody for being here today. Let's see who we can potentially raid out to today. Might be live. Anybody has a suggestion, I'm open. Let's see, Buana's playing games. Day is doing some Elden Ring playthrough, so she's playing games. Zen Shop, looks like they got some BattleBots going. Jeff Nagan's making some bone marrow aioli. Okay. Everybody's like games. Can't really get is nope, playing some Goobertown. Okay. Yeah. So, any suggestions? Because everybody I have is playing games. So if there's a game that you want to see, let me know. If not, if you guys want to watch Send Shop, which is some BattleBot stuff, that's cool too. That's actually really cool. But I'm up for whatever anybody else wants to. Anybody? And don't forget that tomorrow, BattleBot sounds good. Okay, Mr. Wizard, I can set that up. Don't forget, tomorrow is Blackbox. So I'm Blackbox Saturday. Tomorrow's Blackbox Sunday with Steve Builds. So if you want some more Blackbox, head on over and see Steve Builds. He's making some really good progress. I think he's working on getting the bed done. So yeah, go check out Steve Builds actually today because he's streaming right now, which is, what is today's stream? It's a members, it's a Charlie's Angel stream. So it's a members only stream. If you're not following Steve Builds over on YouTube, please go give him a follow and pay attention to tomorrow because tomorrow is Blackbox Sunday with Steve Builds. Yeah. And that way you can keep getting some Blackbox on. And like I said, I'm going to be taking some notes and passing them along. I don't know if Steve's going to wind up building his own harness or if they're going to finally get some harnesses in. But if he has to build his own, I want to make sure that he's got all the notes from the changes I've had to make to get fired up. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I will see you guys again next time. Keep an eye out. There may be an impromptu stream up here soon. So just keep an eye out for that. Thank you, everybody. See you guys later. We're going to go over to Send Shop and watch some BattleBot. Have a good one.